Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient city temple of Luminaria rose from the morning mist like a dream crystallized in stone, its spires of opalescent crystal catching the dawn light and fracturing it into 1,000 colors. Gandalf stood before the grand archive, his weathered hand pressed against one of the sacred crystals that had protected the realm for millennia. Beneath his touch, the crystal's usual warm pulse was weak, irregular like a fading heartbeat. The temple grounds were unusually quiet. Even the eternal chants of the crystal singers, whose voices traditionally wove protective harmonies with the sacred stones, had fallen silent. In their place, an unsettling whisper seemed to echo through the crystal chambers, speaking of shadows and ancient secrets. "It's worse than we feared, isn't it?" The voice belonged to Ceres, once his most promising student, now an exile and necromancer. She emerged from the shadows, her once bright robes now stained with the gray dust of forbidden tombs. Despite her fall from grace, she had answered Gandalf's call, a testament to the gravity of the situation. "The crystals are not merely weakening," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with concern. "They're being corrupted from within." But by what? I cannot yet say. Together, they descended into the depths of the temple, where the largest of the sacred crystals pulsed like a massive heart. The crystal singers they encountered along the way moved as if in a trance, their songs discordant and strange. In the deepest chamber, they found High Priestess Alyara slumped before the master crystal, her hands pressed against its surface. "The songs," she whispered as they approached, "they've changed. The crystals are singing a different melody now, one that speaks of binding and imprisonment. Rather than protection, Gandalf placed his staff against the master crystal, channeling his power into its depths. Images began to form within its faceted surface. The founding of Luminaria, the first crystal singers, and something else. A shadow, vast and ancient, bound within a prison of light and song. "By the old powers," Ceres breathed, leaning closer. "The crystals were never meant to protect us from external threats. They're a prison, the truth unfolded before them in fractals of light and shadow." The founding priests of Luminaria had discovered something sleeping in the deep places of the world, an entity of such power and malevolence that it could not be destroyed, only contained. They had crafted the sacred crystals not as shields, but as chains, using their own life force to power a prison of light. "The songs we've sung for generations," Alyara realized, her voice trembling, they weren't prayers of protection. They were bars in a cage, but now the prison was failing. Each generation of crystal singers had been slightly less connected to their original purpose, their songs drifting further from the true binding harmonies. The entity was awakening, twisting the crystal's power back upon itself. "We have a choice to make," Gandalf said grimly. "We can attempt to restore the crystals to their original purpose, strengthening the prison. Or we can try to understand what our ancestors feared so much," Ceres finished. Perhaps the entity they imprisoned was not what they thought it was. Their discussion was interrupted by a deep resonance that shook the very foundations of Luminaria. The master crystal's light flickered, and within its depths, something moved. A voice spoke directly into their minds, ancient and vast as the space between stars. For 10,000 years, I have dreamed in this prison of light, it said. For 10,000 years, I have listened to your songs, learned your hopes, felt your fears. I am not what your ancestors believed me to be. Through the crystal's facets, they saw the truth. The entity was not a force of destruction, but a being of pure creative power, so vast and alien that the founding priests had mistaken its attempts at communication for attacks. Their fear had led them to imprison something they could not understand. But the prison itself had served an unexpected purpose. Through millennia of listening to the crystal singer's songs, the entity had learned to understand humanity. And humanity, through their daily communion with the crystals, had unconsciously been preparing for this moment of understanding. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff blazing with white light. The time of imprisonment is over, he declared. Now must come the time of transformation, working together, Gandalf with his ancient wisdom, Saris with her knowledge of death and rebirth, and Alyara with her deep connection to the crystals. They began a new song. It was not a song of binding, but one of transformation and cooperation. The crystals responded, their light changing from a harsh, constraining brightness to a warm, living radiance. The entity emerged not in fire and destruction, but in waves of creative energy that transformed luminaria. The crystal spires became living things, growing and shifting like trees of light. The crystal singers found their voices transformed, able to shape reality itself with their songs. Even Saris, touched by this power, found her necromantic energies transformed into something new, a magic that spoke of renewal rather than mere resurrection. As dawn broke over the transformed city, Gandalf stood with his companions atop the highest spire. Below them, Luminaria had become something new, not just a temple or a prison, but a living bridge between human understanding and cosmic power. The crystal singers were learning to work with the entity, their songs now creating rather than merely containing. Our ancestors weren't wrong to be cautious, Gandalf mused, watching as new crystal formations grew like flowers of light throughout the city. But they forgot that understanding is more powerful than imprisonment, and that transformation is more lasting than constraint. Saris, her robes now shimmering with living light, smiled. Perhaps that's why the crystals began to fail, not because the prison was weakening, but because we were finally ready for the truth. The entity's voice echoed one final time through the crystal spires. For 10,000 years, I was your prisoner. For 10,000 more, I will be your teacher. Together, we shall sing new worlds into being, and so Luminaria entered a new age, where the sacred crystals no longer served as prison bars, but as windows into a larger universe. The crystal singers' songs echoed through the transformed city, not in endless repetition of ancient bindings, but in ever-changing harmonies of creation and discovery. As Gandalf prepared to depart, Alyara asked him, "Did you know? When you first sensed the crystal's weakness, did you know what it truly meant?" The wizard's eyes twinkled with their familiar light. "I knew only that when ancient powers begin to fail, it is often not because they are dying, but because they are ready to become something new. The greatest wisdom lies not in preserving the old unchanged, but in guiding it toward what it must become." Story 2. The peaks of the Dragon's Spine Mountains pierced the clouds like ancient teeth, their snow-capped summits glowing crimson in the dying light. Gandalf stood at the edge of a precipice, his gray robes whipping in the fierce mountain winds as he watched another dragon vanish into the gathering dusk, the 3rd this week, and the 20th this month. Something was hunting them, systematically and with terrible efficiency. The great wizard could feel the weakening of magic in the world with each dragon that disappeared, like threads being pulled from an ancient tapestry. The very air seemed thinner, less charged with the mystical energies that had once made these lands a beacon of power. A shadow passed overhead, and Gandalf looked up to see Varain approaching on his bronze drake, Sunfire. The young Draconian rider landed beside him, his scaled armor gleaming in the last rays of sunlight. Unlike most of his kind who communicated telepathically with dragons, Varain was considered a failure unable to establish the mental bond that was his birthright. "The technocracy is moving again," Varain reported, his voice tight with concern. Their machines were spotted in the Valley of Whispers. "They're getting bolder, coming this close to the ancient nesting grounds." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. He had seen the technocracy's handiwork, massive mechanical constructs powered by crystallized dragon essence, each one a perversion of the natural order. "Show me," he commanded. They descended into the valley as night fell, Gandalf riding behind Varain on Sunfire. The bronze drake was one of the few who still trusted the young Draconian, despite his inability to form a mental bond. Perhaps, Gandalf mused, that very limitation had protected them both from whatever was affecting the other dragons. The Valley of Whispers earned its name from the strange acoustics of its curved walls, which caught and amplified even the slightest sound. But tonight it was eerily silent. They found the technocracy's tracks easily enough, massive tread marks in the earth, trees crushed to splinters, and most telling of all, the residual energy signature of their dragon essence harvesting devices. They're not just capturing them, Gandalf realized, kneeling to examine a crystalline residue that glowed with a faint blue light. They're distilling them, reducing dragons to their pure magical essence. A mechanical whirring echoed through the valley, and they quickly took cover behind a cluster of boulders. A massive construct strode into view, its brass and steel frame articulated like a mechanical dragon. Steam hissed from its joints, and at its heart, visible through panels of transparent crystal, pulls an orb of concentrated dragon essence. But something else caught Gandalf's attention, a pattern in the rock face behind the construct, too regular to be natural. He had seen similar markings before, in texts so ancient, they crumbled at a touch. "Varain," he whispered, "what do you know of the stone dragons?" The young Draconian's eyes widened. "The first dragons? They're just legends, the great serpents who taught magic to the world before retreating into the earth to sleep, not legends," Gandalf corrected, his eyes fixed on the rock face. "And not retreated." Waiting, understanding dawned on Varen's face. "The technocracy. They're not just hunting dragons. They're trying to prevent them from awakening the stone dragons." More constructs were entering the valley now, their heavy footfalls sending vibrations through the ground. Gandalf could feel something responding to those vibrations, something ancient and vast, stirring deep within the mountain. "Your inability to form mental bonds," Gandalf said suddenly. "It's not a failure. It's a different gift. The stone dragons don't communicate with thoughts. They respond to vibrations, to the very pulse of the earth itself." Varain looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. All his life he had been considered defective, unable to hear the mental voices of dragons. But now, with a gesture, Gandalf enhanced the natural acoustics of the valley, amplifying them 100-fold. "Call them," he urged Varain. "Not with your mind, but with your heart. Make the mountain itself sing." Varain pressed his hands against the rock face and began to hum a deep, resonant tone that seemed to come from the earth itself. The stone beneath his fingers grew warm, then hot, patterns of ancient runes beginning to glow with an inner fire. The technocracy's constructs turned toward them, weapons powering up, but it was too late. The mountain was awakening. Great fissures appeared in the rock face as something massive began to move within. The stone dragons were rising, their bodies of living rock and crystal shrugging off the sleep of ages. The first to emerge was vast beyond imagining, its scales made of granite and quartz, eyes blazing like molten gold. It regarded Varain with ancient wisdom, recognizing in him a power older than even telepathy, the ability to speak to the very bones of the earth. The battle that followed was brief but spectacular. The stone dragons moved with the inexorable force of avalanches, their very presence disrupting the technocracy's machines. The harvested dragon essence, sensing its ancient progenitors, burst free from its containment crystals and returned to the air, restoring the magic that had been stolen. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the transformed valley, Gandalf watched as Varain communed with the stone dragons. The young Draconian moved among them with the confidence of one who had finally found his true purpose, teaching them about the world that had grown up in their absence, and learning from them secrets of magic that had been lost to time. Sometimes, Gandalf mused, leaning on his staff, what we perceive as our greatest weakness is merely a gift waiting to be understood. The stone dragons had not woken to wage war, but to restore balance. Under their guidance, and with Varain as their interpreter, a new age began, one where technology and magic could coexist, each respecting the power and purpose of the other. As Gandalf prepared to depart, Varain approached him one last time. "Thank you," he said simply, "for helping me hear the song I was always meant to sing." The wizard smiled, watching as a young stone dragon playfully carved new patterns in the valley walls. "The greatest magic," he replied, "lies not in bending the world to our will, but in learning to see it as it truly is." And so, the Dragon's Spine Mountains once again became a place of wonder, where dragons of flesh and stone soared together through the skies, and the air thrummed with the deep, ancient magic of the earth itself. Story 3. In the Eternal Lands, where time flowed like water through different channels, Gandalf stood atop the clock tower of Chronopolis, watching as the fabric of reality began to unravel. Above him, multiple moons hung in impossible configurations, some full, others crescent, each representing a different timeline slowly converging into a single catastrophic moment. The ancient wizard had seen many wonders and horrors in his long life, but nothing quite like this. In one part of the city below, people moved at a glacial pace, taking days to complete a single step. In another district, lives flickered past like candles in a storm, generations born and dying in the space of minutes. A figure materialized beside him, Lyra, the time mistress of Chronopolis, her silver hair streaming in winds that blew from different centuries. "The convergence is accelerating," she said, her voice echoing with temporal harmonics. "We have less time than we thought, or perhaps more. It's becoming difficult to tell." Gandalf nodded grimly, his aged hands gripping his staff tighter. "Then, we must find the Time Weaver's fragments before all timelines collapse into one." He reached into his robes and withdrew a crystal chronometer, its face showing not hours and minutes, but the relative stability of different time streams. Their search led them to the twilight markets, where merchants sold memories of days yet to come and bargained with years of their customers' lives. Here they found Crom, the notorious memory thief, haggling over a childhood he'd stolen from a nobleman's son. "I know why you're here," Crom said before they could speak, his eyes shifting color with each blink. "You seek the Time Weaver's fragments. But knowledge has a price, and memories are my currency." Lyra stepped forward, ready to apprehend him, but Gandalf raised a hand to stay her action. "What memory would you consider valuable enough?" he asked. Crom smiled, revealing teeth that seemed to age and renew with each breath. "A memory of the future, specifically, the moment of convergence. I want to know how it ends." Before Lyra could protest, Gandalf agreed. In a fluid motion, Crom pressed his fingers to the wizard's temple, extracting a silver strand of memory that had not yet come to pass. As he absorbed it, his eyes widened with understanding and fear. "The first fragment lies in the Valley of Suspended Moments," he gasped. "But you'll have to be quick or slow, depending on which time stream you ride." The valley proved to be a treacherous place where time had pools like water, some moving so fast that entire civilizations rose and fell in their depths, others so slow that a falling leaf hung suspended for centuries. At its center stood a sundial of black stone, its shadow moving randomly across its face. While Lyra manipulated the local time streams to create a safe path, Gandalf noticed something odd about the sundial's gnomon. "It's not casting a shadow," he realized. "It is a shadow, a fragment of the Time Weaver itself. Retrieving the fragment required precise timing. Too fast an approach would cause it to dissolve into the future. Too slow, and it would sink into the past." Working together, Gandalf and Lyra managed to extract it, the shadow piece flowing into a special chronometric vessel they had prepared. But the real shock came when they studied the fragment more closely. Within its shifting depths, they saw images of the Time Weaver's original form and the truth of its dissolution. The ancient entity had not abandoned its post, as history recorded it had sacrificed itself to prevent an even greater catastrophe. Their journey took them through the clockwork catacombs, where mechanical monks maintained endless records of every possible timeline, and across the desert of lost years, where time-worn monuments stood as testament to futures that never came to pass. With each fragment they collected, more of the truth became clear. The Time Weaver had discovered an ancient god of chaos attempting to seize control of time itself. Unable to defeat the entity directly, the Weaver had split itself into fragments, each piece maintaining the stability of a different time stream. But now, centuries later, even this solution was failing. As they gathered the penultimate fragment from the depths of the Chronovo, a new player revealed himself: Tempest, the god of chaos they had glimpsed in the fragment visions. He appeared as a swirling vortex of temporal energy, his voice echoing from past and future simultaneously. At last, he boomed. "The fragments are almost gathered. Complete your collection, little creatures. When you reunite the Time Weaver, you'll only make my victory complete." But Gandalf had not survived countless ages by being predictable. In the instant Tempest appeared, the wizard initiated a plan he had developed after studying each fragment's unique properties. Instead of trying to reunite the Time Weaver, he began a complex incantation that would use the fragments to create something entirely new. Lyra caught on quickly, adding her own temporal magic to the spell. Even Crom, who had been following them unseen, stepped forward to contribute the power of all the memories he had ever stolen. The fragments rose into the air, not merging but arranging themselves into a complex geometric pattern. "What you fail to understand about time," Gandalf addressed the Chaos God, his voice carrying the weight of centuries, "is that it's not about control. It's about balance." The fragments began to spin, faster and faster, creating not a single unified force, but a new cosmic mechanism, a perpetual dance of temporal energies that would maintain the separation and balance of all timelines. Tempest howled as he realized his mistake. In trying to seize control of a unified time stream, he had instead become part of the mechanism that would keep time forever divided and free. As the new temporal matrix stabilized, the multiple moons above Chronopolis settled into a stable configuration. Throughout the eternal lands, time streams that had been converging began to flow properly again, each maintaining its own unique rhythm, while remaining in harmony with the others. Lyra stood in wonder, watching as the time streams settled into their new patterns. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Not a single weaver, But a grand cosmic dance, Gandalf leaned on his staff, a satisfied smile beneath his gray beard. Sometimes the best way to preserve something is not to restore it to what it was, but to help it become what it needs to be, and so time continued to flow through the eternal lands, not as a single mighty river, but as countless streams and tributaries, each following its own path while contributing to the greater flow of existence. The Time Weaver was no more, but in its place was something perhaps more wonderful, a symphony of time itself, conducted by the endless dance of its own fragments. As Gandalf prepared to depart, Crom approached him one last time. "The memory you gave me," the thief said quietly. "It was false, wasn't it?" The wizard's eyes twinkled. "Not false. Just one of many possible futures." After all, time is not a single story, but an endless collection of tales waiting to be told. Story 4. The crystal forest sang its eternal symphony as Gandalf walked beneath its translucent canopy, each crystalline branch catching the morning light and transforming it into 1,000 rainbow whispers. But something was wrong. Where there should have been a harmonious chorus of ancient melodies, patches of unsettling silence stretched between the trees like wounds in the musical tapestry of the forest. The great wizard paused, his staff casting a soft glow that resonated with the crystal trees around him, each pulse of light drawing forth a different note from their sparkling branches. He had walked these paths countless times over the centuries, but never had he heard such discord in the forest song. It was as if entire verses of an eternal symphony had simply vanished. A movement caught his eye, a young woman dancing between the crystal trunks, her fingers trailing along their surface as if playing an invisible instrument. With each touch, the trees responded, their music growing stronger, more coherent. This must be Melody, the bard he had heard whispers about in the nearby villages. They said she could speak to the forest in ways not seen since the First Age. "The trees remember you, Grey Wanderer," Melody called out, her voice perfectly matching the pitch of the surrounding crystals. "They sing of your many passages through their realm, but lately their song has grown troubled." Gandalf approached her, his boots crunching on the crystalline ground. "You hear it too, then? The silence is where music should be." Melody nodded, her expression grave. "It's not just silence, it's absence." As if someone is systematically erasing parts of the forest song, she pressed her hand against a nearby trunk, and a mournful melody echoed through the clearing. "But sometimes, in the deepest parts of the night, I hear a different song." An older one. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the crystal trees grew so dense their branches formed Gothic arches overhead. Here, the silence was more prominent, hanging heavy in the air like morning frost. But beneath it, almost imperceptible, was a low, thrumming rhythm that seemed to come from the earth itself. As they walked, Gandalf shared his knowledge of the forest's history, how the first wizards had sung these trees into existence, using their magic to crystallize raw sound into living matter. But he kept to himself his growing suspicion about what might really be happening. Their path led them to a circular clearing where the crystal trees had grown into a natural amphitheater. At its center stood a figure that seemed to be made of living shadow, its form shifting and flowing like smoke in the wind. As they approached, it turned, revealing a face both ancient and familiar to Gandalf. "Grim," the wizard said softly, recognition dawning in his eyes. "I thought you had fallen in the battle of Whispered Peaks." The shadow figure inclined its head. "I did not fall, old friend. I was transformed." "The truth of this forest, the truth. We tried so hard to contain it, changed me." Melody stepped forward, her hand instinctively reaching for the crystal pendant at her throat. "What truth?" "That this entire forest is a prison." Grim's voice resonated with the crystal trees, creating a dissonant chord that made both Gandalf and melody wince. A prison for harmonia, the first song, the melody from which all music, all magic was born. The crystal trees around them began to pulse with an intense light, their song growing stronger, more insistent. Melody gasped as ancient memories not her own flooded her mind, visions of the first wizards weaving a cage of crystalline music to contain a power too vast and terrible to be allowed to roam free. Harmonia's song has the power to rewrite reality itself, Gandalf explained, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge. The first wizards discovered this too late, after entire kingdoms had been unmade by its power. They could not destroy it, for it was the source of all music, all magic. So they built this forest to contain it, each tree a note in an endless song of binding. But now the binding weakens. Grim continued, his shadowy form rippling. The silence you've noticed? It's Harmonia, slowly unraveling the prison note by note, measure by measure. Soon, the first song will be free again. Melody closed her eyes, concentrating on the deep thrumming that seemed to come from beneath their feet. I can hear it, she whispered. It's beautiful, but terrible too. Like staring into the sun, Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal tip resonating with the surrounding trees. We must make a choice, he said grimly. We can strengthen the prison, ensure Harmonia remains bound for another age. Or we can try to understand why it was imprisoned in the first place. Melody finished, her eyes shining with sudden insight. What if the first wizards were wrong? What if Harmonia's power wasn't meant to be contained, but to be understood? The three stood in silence as the forest's song swelled around them, the regular melody of the crystal trees now threaded through with ancient harmonies that seemed to speak of the world's beginning. Melody began to hum, her voice matching the deeper song, and the crystal trees responded, their light pulsing in rhythm with her voice. Gandalf watched in wonder as she wove her own music into the forest song, neither fighting nor submitting to Harmonia's power, but dancing with it, guiding it. The shadows that formed Grim's body began to shift and change, taking on a crystalline sheen as the music transformed him. Understanding dawned on the old wizard. The first wizards, in their fear, had tried to imprison what should have been a teacher. Harmonia's song wasn't a weapon to be contained, but a fundamental force of nature to be respected and learned from. Over the next several days, Gandalf, Melody, and the restored Grim worked to reshape the forest's purpose. Instead of a prison, it became a sanctuary, a place where those worthy could come to learn from the first song. The crystal trees still sang their eternal symphony, but now it was enriched by harmonies that had been silenced for too long. As Gandalf finally prepared to leave the crystal forest, he looked back at Melody, who had chosen to stay as the forest's first true guardian. She stood among the crystal trees, their light playing across her face as she conducted their endless song with gentle movements of her hands. Some songs, he mused, leaning on his staff, are not meant to be silenced, but to be sung in chorus with all the music of the world, and with that, he turned and walked away, his steps keeping time with the eternal symphony of the crystal forest, where the first song now sang freely once more, not as a force of destruction, but as a source of harmony and wisdom for all who are ready to listen. Story 5. In the depths of the infinite library, where ancient tomes floated like autumn leaves in an endless dance, Gandalf stood before a shelf that shouldn't exist. The air crackled with the static of raw magic, and the dancing lights of countless floating manuscripts cast shifting shadows on his weathered face. His gnarled fingers traced the spine of a book bound in shadows rather than leather, a book that seemed to write itself even as he watched. The great wizard had wandered these halls for centuries, but never had he encountered anything quite like this. The book's pages rustled with whispers of futures yet to come, and as he carefully lifted it from its resting place, words began to materialize on its surface. The gray wizard will fall before the rising dawn. Gandalf's eyes narrowed beneath his bushy brows. He had seen enough prophecies in his long life to know their dangerous nature, but this was different. The words weren't merely predicting the future, they were writing it into existence. A sudden chill swept through the towering shelves, extinguishing the floating lights one by one. The censors had found him. These ancient guardians of forbidden knowledge moved like living shadows between the bookshelves, their silver masks gleaming in the dim light. They were the self-appointed protectors of dangerous truths, believing that some stories were too perilous to be told. "The book belongs in the vault of unwritten tales," came a hollow voice from behind one of the masks. "Surrender it, Gandalf the Grey, or face the consequences of your transgression." But Gandalf had already slipped the book beneath his gray robes and was moving swiftly through the labyrinthine corridors of knowledge. He had not survived countless perils by ignoring his instincts, and every fiber of his being told him this book was too important to be locked away. As he navigated the twisted passages, words continued to appear on the book's pages, pressed against his chest. The censors will corner him in the hall of forgotten footnotes. Without hesitation, Gandalf turned away from his planned route. If the book truly wrote the future, then perhaps it could be used to change it as well. His escape led him to the lowest levels of the library, where the most ancient texts were kept. Here, in the shadows of forgotten wisdom, he found unlikely allies, the word guardians, a secret society of warrior scribes who preserve the art of verbal magic. Their leader, a woman named Arya, whose skin was covered in flowing script tattoos, recognized the book immediately. "The codex of manifesting words," she whispered, her tattoos glowing faintly in the darkness. "We have protected its secret for generations. Every word written in its pages becomes reality, but the final chapter speaks of an end to all magic. That is why the censors hunt it. They believe destroying the book will prevent that future." But Gandalf, examining the mysterious tome more closely, saw something the others had missed. "Look here," he said, pointing to barely visible text along the margins. "These are not predictions, but possibilities. The book doesn't simply record the future, it records all possible futures, and in doing so, it shapes them." Their discussion was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. The censors had found them, but now they were not alone. With them came the mechanical magisters, practitioners of an ancient art that sought to replace magic with clockwork and steam. For centuries, they had waited for an opportunity to tip the balance of power away from the magical arts. As battle erupted in the ancient halls, Gandalf and Arya retreated to the Chamber of First Words, a circular room where the earliest forms of magic were said to have been born. Here, surrounded by the primordial power of language itself, they began to understand the book's true nature. "It's not writing our future," Arya realized, her tattoos pulsing with excitement. "It's writing our story. And like any story, it can be edited." Gandalf nodded, his eyes twinkling with newfound understanding. With careful precision, he began to write in the book, his words glowing with power as they materialized on the page. But for each word he wrote, another would appear elsewhere, as if the book itself was engaging in a dialogue with him. The battle outside grew fiercer. The censors and mechanical magisters had breached the outer chambers, their combined forces threatening to overwhelm the word guardians. The book's pages turned frantically of their own accord, revealing glimpses of possible futures, some where magic faded from the world, others where it grew too powerful and consumed everything. In that moment of crisis, Gandalf understood what needed to be done. The book couldn't be destroyed, nor could it be allowed to write its final chapter. Instead, it needed to be transformed. With Arya's help, he began an ancient ritual, weaving words of power into the very fabric of the book's being. The chamber filled with swirling text, words and letters dancing through the air like snow in a storm. The book's pages fluttered wildly as reality itself seemed to bend around it. Gandalf spoke words and languages long forgotten, while Arya's tattoos blazed with brilliant light, their magic joining with his. As the censors and magisters burst into the chamber, they found themselves frozen in place, caught in the web of words that now filled the air. The book rose from Gandalf's hands, its pages spreading like wings, each one filled with infinite possibilities. "A story cannot end," Gandalf proclaimed, his voice resonating with power. "If it becomes part of all stories, with a flash of blinding light, the book transformed. Its pages scattered, becoming part of every other book in the infinite library. The words of power, once concentrated in a single tome, now flowed through all written works, weaker but ever present, ensuring that magic would neither dominate nor disappear from the world." The censors lowered their weapons, their masks reflecting the settling dust of transformed reality. The mechanical magisters found their devices now working in harmony with magic rather than against it. And the word guardians discovered their tattoos now connected them to a vast network of living stories. Gandalf stood in the center of it all, leaning slightly on his staff, a satisfied smile beneath his gray beard. He had not destroyed the book, nor had he allowed it to destroy magic. Instead, he had done what he did best, found the middle path, the way of wisdom that preserved balance in the world. As he left the infinite library that day, he noticed words appearing on the blank parchment in his pocket, no longer prophecies of doom, but possibilities of hope. And somewhere in the vast collection of books, a new story was being written, one that began in the depths of the infinite library, where ancient tomes floated like autumn leaves in an endless dance. The tale of the self-writing book had become all tales, and in doing so, had ensured that magic, like stories themselves, would continue to evolve, adapt, and endure. For as Gandalf well knew, the most powerful magic of all was not in the writing of endings, but in the endless possibility of new beginnings. Story 6. The Whispering Forest lived up to its name on this moonless night, its ancient branches sighing with secrets as Gandalf traced the glowing runes that had appeared on the crystalline walls of the Cavern of Echoes. Each symbol pulsed with an inner light that sent shadows dancing across his weathered face, spelling out a prophecy he had hoped would remain dormant for at least another millennium. Aurelius, the great guardian dragon of the realm, was stirring from his enchanted sleep. The wizard's hand trembled slightly as he touched the final rune, causing it to flare with brilliant blue light. In that brief illumination, he saw his own reflection in the crystal wall, not as he appeared now, but as he had been 1,000 years ago, when he had first cast the spell that sent Aurelius into his deep slumber. The memory of that day crashed over him like a wave. "Regretting old decisions, wizard?" The voice cut through the darkness like a blade. Thorn Shadowbane emerged from the shadows, his dragon-scale armor absorbing what little light remained in the cavern. The legendary dragon hunters faced more scars that told tales of countless battles, but his eyes held something deeper than mere battle weariness. They held knowledge. "You know why I'm here," Gandalf replied, straightening to his full height. "Because you failed." Thorn's words carried no accusation, only cold fact. "The spell you cast wasn't meant to sleep the dragon, was it? It was meant to purify him. But you couldn't bear to destroy such a magnificent creature, so you compromised. Now, the corruption has had 1,000 years to fester in his dreams." The truth of those words stung more than any physical wound. Gandalf had indeed hesitated that day, seeing the nobility that still remained in Aurelius even as the shadow curse consumed him. Instead of the killing stroke, he had attempted a hybrid spell, part purification, part eternal sleep. Now that compromise threatened to unleash something far worse than the original corruption. Together, the unlikely pair journeyed deeper into the forest, following the pulse of ancient magic that grew stronger with each step. Thorn shared his knowledge of dragon lore, while Gandalf spoke of the spell's intricacies. Both knew they needed each other, the hunter's practical wisdom and the wizard's magical knowledge, if they had any hope of preventing catastrophe. Their path led them to the Moonspire, a forgotten tower that pierced the forest canopy like a silver needle. Here, they discovered the first signs of betrayal, fresh runes carved into the ancient stones, remnants of dark rituals performed by members of Gandalf's own inner circle of mages. "Your apprentices," Thorn observed, examining the markings. "They're not trying to prevent Aurelius's awakening, they're trying to control it. To harness the corrupted power for themselves." The revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. He saw now how his own teachings about controlling and containing power had led to his students seeking to master even the darkest forces rather than understanding them. Their confrontation with the traitor mages came at dawn, in a clearing where the Moonspire's shadow touched the entrance to Aurelius's cave. Spells crackled through the air as Gandalf faced his former students, each wielding corrupted versions of the magic he had taught them. Thorn moved like a shadow among them, his dragon-forged blade singing a deadly song. But the battle had only been a prelude. As the first rays of sunlight touched the cave entrance, the ground began to tremble. Aurelius was awakening, and with him, the ancient corruption that had festered in his dreams for a millennium. The dragon emerged like a living mountain, his scales no longer the gold of legend, but a deep, corrupted purple that seemed to drink in the light. His eyes, when they opened, held not madness, but something worse, conscious, intelligent malevolence. In that moment, faced with the consequences of his past choice, Gandalf finally understood. The corruption had never been something external to be purified or contained. It was born from the very attempt to control and master power rather than understand and respect it. "We can't fight him," Gandalf realized aloud. "That's what I tried before, to dominate through power. We need to reach him." Thorn looked at the wizard as if he'd gone mad. Reach a corrupted dragon? But Gandalf was already moving forward, laying down his staff. The dragon's massive head swung toward him, jaws that could swallow him whole opening to reveal teeth like black swords. "I'm sorry, old friend," Gandalf spoke, his voice carrying power not through volume but through truth. "I tried to control you, to force you into sleep rather than help you fight the darkness. I forgot that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in domination, but in trust." Something flickered in those massive eyes, a memory of what once was, perhaps, or recognition of the truth in those words. The corruption writhed across Aurelius's scales like living shadow, fighting against the power of that simple admission. Thorn, understanding at last, stepped forward as well. "A hunter's strength comes not from killing his prey, but from respecting it," he added, laying down his legendary blade. The dragon's inner light began to pulse, gold fighting against purple, day against night. With each pulse, the corruption weakened, not through force, but through acceptance and understanding. When the transformation finally came, it was not in fire and fury, but in a wave of golden light that washed through the forest, like dawn breaking after the longest night. Aurelius emerged from that light, changed, not pure as he had once been, but bearing his scars with newfound wisdom. The corruption had not been destroyed but transformed. Darkness and light balanced within him, just as they must be balanced in all things. In the years that followed, Gandalf often returned to the Whispering Forest, where Aurelius made his new lair. The dragon became not a guardian who stood apart from those he protected, but one who understood both light and shadow, strength and weakness. And if travelers sometimes saw an old wizard and a scarred hunter sitting with the great dragon, sharing tales and wisdom under the stars, they came to understand that true power lies not in controlling magic, but in understanding it in all its forms. Story 7. The white towers of Gondor gleamed like pale ghosts in the pre-dawn light as Gandalf rode through the silent streets of Minas Tirith. The mysterious message from King Aldrich had drawn him here with unusual urgency, but now an even stranger silence gripped the city. No guards patrolled the walls, no servants hurried through the courtyards, and the very air seemed thick with unspoken secrets. In the throne room, instead of the king, Gandalf found only a small scroll sealed with black wax, bearing a symbol he had hoped never to see again. The twisted hourglass of the Twilight Brotherhood, a circle of necromancers he had battled centuries ago. The message within was brief but chilling. The dead rise, the living fall. The crown awaits its true master before he could decipher its full meaning. A commotion erupted in the courtyard below. Noble houses were arriving, their banners snapping in the wind. The golden lion of House Solaris, the silver wolf of House Moonweaver, the crimson dragon of House Flameheart. Each claimed the throne in the king's absence, and the air crackled with barely contained hostility. They play right into the Brotherhood's hands, came a voice from the shadows. A figure emerged, Ravenna, the Wild Witch, her dark robes adorned with feathers and bones, her eyes holding secrets darker than the deepest night. Gandalf's hand tightened on his staff, remembering when he had banished her for delving too deep into forbidden magic. "You banned me for seeking knowledge," she said, reading his thoughts. "Now you need that knowledge." The Brotherhood hasn't just taken your king, they're using the noble house's ambitions to fuel a ritual centuries in the making. Despite his misgivings, Gandalf knew she spoke truth. Already, he could feel its subtle wrongness in the city's foundations, whispers in the stones themselves. The Brotherhood was using the conflict between the houses to generate the magical energy they needed, each death and betrayal feeding their dark purpose. Together, the unlikely allies descended into the catacombs beneath the city. Here, the true extent of the Brotherhood's plan became clear. Ancient wards had been broken, protective circles shattered. In the deepest chamber, they found evidence of dark rituals and worse, proof that some members of each noble house were willing participants. "They promise each house the crown," Ravenna explained, examining the ritual circles. "But what they truly seek is to merge our world with the realm of the dead. They believe it will grant them immortality." The next days became a desperate race against time. While the noble houses clashed in the streets above, Gandalf and Ravenna worked to identify the traitors within each faction. They discovered that Lord Solaris's advisor was a Brotherhood agent, that Lady Moonweaver's young son had been replaced by a shade, that House Flameheart's ancient artifacts had been corrupted one by one. But it was in understanding the nature of the Brotherhood's magic that Gandalf found himself questioning his own past judgments. Watching Ravenna work, he saw that her forbidden knowledge was not inherently evil. It was understanding death as part of life's cycle, not seeking to dominate it, as the Brotherhood did. "Your banishment taught me much," she told him one night as they prepared protective wards. "I learned that power itself is neutral. It's our fear or acceptance of it that shapes its nature." The final confrontation came during a grand assembly of the houses. As the nobles gathered to negotiate, the Brotherhood struck. The dead rose from the catacombs, ancient kings and warriors bound to their will. But they had not counted on the combined power of a wizard who had learned to reconsider his rigid views. and a witch who had learned to temper her ambitions with wisdom. Together, Gandalf and Ravenna turned the Brotherhood's magic against them. Instead of fighting the dead, they worked to free them from bondage. The ancestors of the noble houses, once puppets of the Brotherhood, turned on their captors. The sight of long-dead kings and warriors fighting to protect their descendants united the noble houses as nothing else could have. In the battle's aftermath, they found King Aldrich in the deepest vault, trapped between life and death by the Brotherhood's magic. It took both Gandalf's power and Ravenna's knowledge to restore him a symbol of how light and shadow, life and death, must sometimes work in harmony. The noble houses, shaken by how close they had come to destroying everything in their quest for power, forged new alliances. The Brotherhood's surviving members were imprisoned not in dungeons, but in specially prepared chambers where they could be studied and understood, their knowledge preserved but their power contained. Gandalf stood on the walls of Minas Tirith, watching the sun rise over a changed city. Ravenna approached, her robes now bearing the seal of the royal advisor, a position created to ensure that knowledge of both light and shadow would guide Gondor's future. "We fear what we don't understand," she said, "and in our fear, we sometimes create the very evils we seek to prevent." Gandalf nodded, feeling the weight of centuries of judgment lift from his shoulders. Perhaps true wisdom lies not in deciding what knowledge should be forbidden, but in learning how to use all knowledge wisely, they say that in the years that followed. The libraries of Minas Tirith grew to include sections once thought too dangerous for any save the most powerful wizards. But they also say that these books were guarded not by locks and wards, but by teachers who understood that the greatest protection against dark magic was not ignorance, but understanding. And sometimes in the deepest night, citizens of Gondor would see an old wizard and a witch walking the streets together, their power intertwining like threads of light and shadow, maintaining the delicate balance that keeps both the living and the dead in their proper place. Story 8. The frozen winds of the northern wastes howled like the ghosts of ancient battles, whipping at Gandalf's gray robes as he stood before the towering ice cliffs. Within their crystalline depths, shadows of something massive and ancient stirred echoes of a power that should have remained forever dormant. The wizard's weathered hand tightened around his staff as memories of an age-long past sent tremors through his ancient bones. The visions had come to him 3 nights ago, dreams of black crystals pulsing with contained power, and of his old friend Lord Obsidian standing before them with madness in his eyes. Now, watching the auroras dance across the northern sky like spirits of light, Gandalf could feel the weight of his past decisions pressing down upon him like a mountain of ice. "I knew you would come, old friend." The voice emerged from the swirling snow, and with it came Lord Obsidian himself, his once noble features now sharp and haunted. In his hands, he cradled a crystal as black as the void between stars, its surface rippling with imprisoned power. "The Titans call to us both, don't they?" Gandalf's voice carried above the wind. "Put it back, Obsidian. You know not what forces you tempt." "Oh, but I do." Obsidian's laugh was bitter as winter frost. "I was there, remember? When we imprisoned them. When we decided to play judges over beings far greater than ourselves, the memory crashed over Gandalf like a wave. The battle at the dawn of time, when the Titans walked the earth like living mountains, their very thoughts reshaping reality. He remembered the decision to imprison them, to seal their essence within crystals of pure darkness, forged from the void itself. They were destroying the world, Gandalf said, but even as the words left his lips, doubt gnawed at his certainty. Were they? Obsidian challenged. Or were they simply existing as they were meant to exist? Who are we to decide that their power was too great, their nature too chaotic? He held up the crystal, which pulls with an inner light that seemed to drink in the very air around it. Look at what we've become, a world of diminished magic, of careful rules and boundaries. The Titans can cleanse this corruption, return us to the pure power we once knew. Movement in the ice caught Gandalf's attention. A massive form shifted in the frozen depths. Fenris, the half-giant he had glimpsed in his visions. But instead of attacking, the giant emerged slowly, his ancient eyes holding wisdom Gandalf hadn't expected. "The wizard speaks true of destruction," Fenris rumbled, his voice deep as avalanches. "But Lord Obsidian speaks truth of power. My people remember what your histories have forgotten. The Titans were not demons, but forces of nature itself. Their chaos was the chaos of creation." As if in response to his words, the black crystal in Obsidian's hands pulled stronger, and for a moment, Gandalf caught a glimpse of what lay within, not a monster, but a being of pure creative force, a fragment of the universe's first breath. The sight staggered him, forcing him to confront a truth he had buried for millennia. "We were afraid," Gandalf whispered, the revelation heavy on his tongue. "Not of their destruction, but of their freedom. Of a world we couldn't control. Together, the unlikely trio journeyed deeper into the ice cliffs, to the chamber where the remaining crystals hung suspended in ancient spells. Each step brought new revelations, as Fenris shared the oral histories of his people, tales of a time when the Titans walked among lesser beings not as destroyers, but as teachers, showing them how to touch the raw essence of creation itself. But with understanding came danger. As they reached the chamber, they found others had arrived, first power-hungry mages drawn by the awakening energies, each seeking to claim a crystal for themselves. The chamber erupted into chaos as spells flew and ancient words crackled. In the midst of battle, Gandalf found himself back to back with Obsidian, defending the crystals not from those who would free the Titans, but from those who would enslave them. The irony was not lost on either wizard. The turning point came when one of the attacking mages managed to shatter a crystal. Instead of destruction, the chamber filled with light that was also music, color that was also thought. The freed Titan did not rampage or destroy, it simply was, its existence transforming the space around it into something more real, more alive than anything Gandalf had ever known. In that moment, Gandalf understood the true choice before them. The Titans could not simply be freed. The world had grown too rigid, too set in its ways to survive such pure chaos. But neither could they remain imprisoned, their creative force locked away from a universe that needed their power. Working together, Gandalf, Obsidian, and Fenris began a new ritual, not to imprison the Titans, but to transform them. The black crystals would become conduits rather than cages, allowing the Titans' creative force to flow gradually back into the world in a way it could absorb. As the ritual neared its completion, Obsidian looked at his old friend with new eyes. "We sought to purify the world by controlling it," he said softly. "Perhaps true purification comes from learning to dance with chaos rather than cage it." The crystals now pulse with a different light in their ice chamber, neither black nor bright, but something in between. They say the northern wastes have changed since that day, that new forms of life bloom in the ice, that the auroras sing with voices just on the edge of understanding, that magic itself feels somehow wilder, more alive. And sometimes on nights when the stars will overhead like dancers in an eternal ballet, those who brave the frozen winds might catch sight of an old wizard in gray robes, a reformed lord in obsidian armor, and a massive half-giant, standing guard over crystals that no longer imprison power, but channel it, reminders that true wisdom lies not in conquering the forces that shape our world, but in learning to flow with them. Story 9. The ancient library of Minas Tirith stood like a sentinel of knowledge, its marble towers reaching toward stars, that seemed somehow different tonight, older, stranger, as if seen through the lens of countless ages. Gandalf's footsteps echoed through the empty halls as he made his way deeper into the restricted section, his staff casting dancing shadows on walls lined with manuscripts that few living eyes had ever beheld. It was here, in the deepest chamber of the library, that fate awaited in the form of a seemingly insignificant tome bound in midnight blue leather. As Gandalf's fingers brushed its spine, ancient runes flickered to life, spelling out words in a language that stirred memories he didn't know he possessed. The codex of forgotten times. The moment he opened the book, reality itself seemed to shiver. Images flooded his mind. A different world, a different age, where magic flowed like rivers and mountains danced at the command of beings who were power like clothing. He saw himself, yet not himself, standing among figures in shimmering robes who wove the very fabric of time between their fingers like master weavers at a loom. "I wondered when you would find it," came a voice from the shadows. A figure emerged, tall, ageless, with eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies. "I am Kronos, though once you knew me by another name." "Old friend," Gandalf's staff flared defensively, but something deep within him recognized the stranger. "You're one of them. A time weaver, as were you, Gandalf. Or should I say, Temporalis the Chronomancer." Kronos approached, his movements leaving trailing echoes in the air. "We were brothers in the Order of Time. Before the Great Forgetting, the revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. Memories began to surface, memories of an age when reality itself was malleable, when the time weavers shaped and reshaped the world like clay on a potter's wheel. He remembered the decision that changed everything, the choice to rewrite history itself. The world was dying," Kronos explained, his voice heavy with ancient sorrow. "The powers we wielded were tearing reality apart. The Order made a choice to rewrite history, to create a world where magic was constrained, where power had limits. We became the architects of a new reality, but the price was our own existence as we were, through the night." Gandalf pored over the codex, each page revealing more of the truth. The world he knew, the kingdoms, the races, the very rules of magic, all were carefully crafted illusions, woven together to create a stable reality. The elves, the dwarves, the great kingdoms of men, all had been shaped from the chaos of the original world, given new forms and histories. But something had gone wrong. The illusion was beginning to fray. "Reality is unraveling," Kronos warned. "The original chaos bleeds through. In every dark corner, in every strange dream, the old world whispers. Soon the barriers will collapse entirely. Together, they traveled to places where the fabric of reality wore thin. In the depths of Moria, they found caverns where time flowed backwards. In the forests of Lothlorien, they discovered trees that existed in multiple ages simultaneously. The very foundations of the world they knew were coming undone. The solution, when it presented itself, was both simple and terrible. The original spell could be recast, the illusion rewoven, but it would require something vast, all the magical power that remained in the world, gathered into a single point. Every wizard, every magical creature, every enchanted object would be stripped of their power, transformed into mundane versions of themselves. The world would survive, Kronos said, but it would be a world without magic. Without us, for days, Gandalf wrestled with the choice. He watched children playing in the streets of Minas Tirith, their laughter real, even if their history was crafted. He saw the love between elves and men, the pride of dwarven craftsmen, the simple joy of hobbits in their gardens. All of it was engineered, yet all of it had become genuinely real. But then came the signs that could not be ignored. Dragons appeared in the skies over Gondor, not the dragons of this reality, but vast, impossible beings that shifted between forms like smoke in the wind. The dead began to walk, not as servants of dark magic, but as tears in the fabric of time itself. Reality was not merely unraveling. It was being devoured by the chaos that had been locked away so long ago. In the end, the choice was made where so many great choices are made in a quiet moment, in a small place. Standing in the garden of a hobbit hole in the Shire, watching the sunset paint the sky in colors that were beginning to shift into impossible hues, Gandalf made his decision. "We must preserve what has been built here," he told Kronos. "Not because it was our creation, but because it has become real in its own right. These people, these lives, they deserve to continue, even if it means the end of magic." The ritual was performed at the heart of Minas Tirith, as reality trembled on the brink of dissolution. Gandalf and Kronos, the last of the Time Weavers, drew upon every spark of magic left in the world. As the power flowed through them, Gandalf caught glimpses of the world that had been magnificent and terrible, a place of unbounded wonder and untamed forces. The spell took everything. The elves became merely tall, graceful humans. Dragons transformed into tails and statues. Magic rings became simple bands of gold. And the wizards, those who had once been time weavers, faded like morning mist. Yet in the end, as Gandalf felt his power and his ancient memories slipping away, he saw something wonderful. The sun rose over a world that was simpler perhaps, but stable, a world where people would create their own kind of magic through love, courage, and the bonds between them. Some say that on very rare nights, when the stars align just so, you can still find an old man in gray robes walking the quiet paths of the world. He carries no staff, works no spells, but in his eyes you might catch a glimpse of something vast and ancient, the last echo of a time when reality itself was as malleable as clay, and wizards wove time like threads in a tapestry. Story 10. The ancient towers of Shadowmere pierced the perpetual twilight like obsidian daggers, their crystalline surfaces drinking in what little light filtered through the violet clouds above. Gandalf stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, his weathered hand gripping his staff as he contemplated the realm he had helped banish into shadow centuries ago. The wind carried whispers of forgotten songs and ancient powers, reminding him of a time when these lands basked in the same sunlight as the kingdoms of men. The theft of the crown of 4 seasons had shattered the delicate balance he had maintained for over a millennium. Without its power to regulate the flow of magical energies between the realms, the barriers between light and shadow would crumble, unleashing chaos upon both worlds. The Council of the White Tower had tasked him with retrieving the artifact, but something about this theft felt wrong, like an echo of a deeper truth he had long forgotten. As he made his way through the twisted paths of Shadowmere, Gandalf drew upon ancient magic to shroud himself in darkness, his gray robes shifting like smoke in the dim light. The realm had changed since his last visit, yet retained its otherworldly beauty. Luminescent flowers bloomed along the path, their petals catching the light of strange stars that shouldn't exist in this realm. Crystal formations hummed with harmonic frequencies that made his staff vibrate in sympathy. The first test of his disguise came at the gates of twilight, where the Shadow Knights stood eternal guard. These once proud warriors, whom he had fought against in the Great Sundering, now wore armor that seemed to be forged from solidified darkness itself. Their eyes, glowing with an inner purple fire, scanned him as he approached. "State your purpose, wanderer," the tallest knight commanded, his voice resonating with otherworldly harmonics. Gandalf bowed, letting his magic weave the illusion of a shadow-touched pilgrim. "I seek audience with the Lords of Night. I bring knowledge from the outer realms that may interest them." The words tasted bitter in his mouth, but they rang with enough truth to pass the knight's scrutiny. As he was led through the obsidian corridors of the Shadow Court, Gandalf began to notice things that challenged his long-held beliefs about this realm. The tapestries on the walls told stories not of conquest and darkness, but of balance and preservation. The shadows themselves seemed to whisper ancient truths, speaking of a time when light and dark danced in harmony before the age of separation. In the court of eternal twilight, he found not the demons he expected, but beings of ancient wisdom. The Shadow Lords sat upon thrones of crystallized starlight, their forms both terrible and beautiful. Their leader, whom Gandalf recognized as Morleth, the Nightweaver, rose to address him. "We have waited long for your return." Mithrandir, Morleth spoke, using Gandalf's ancient name. "Though you come in shadow's guise, we know the light that burns within you." Gandalf's disguise melted away like morning mist. "Then you know why I have come, the crown of seasons." Morleth nodded, "Yes. But do you know why we took it?" What followed was a revelation that shook Gandalf to his core. The crown, he learned, had been more than just a tool for balance, it was a prison. Within its gemmed circlet lay trapped the last pure sources of wild magic, captured during the age when the world was young and raw. The Council of the White Tower, in their fear of chaos, had used it to slowly drain magic from the world, believing that controlled magic was safer than free magic. "Your council speaks of balance," Morleth explained, "but they seek to tame what was meant to be wild. The crown does not maintain harmony, it slowly strangles it." In the days that followed, Gandalf walked the realm of shadows with new eyes. He saw how the Shadow Lords had preserved the old magics, keeping alive the ancient songs and dances of power that the world of men had forgotten. In their darkness lay not evil, but a different kind of wisdom, the understanding that light and shadow were but two steps in an eternal dance. The final test came when Morleth offered to destroy the crown, releasing its captured magic back into the world. "The choice is yours," Mithrandir, the Shadow Lord said. "Return the crown to your council, maintain their artificial order, or help us restore the wild magic that once made our world whole." Gandalf stood before the crown, its jewels glowing with imprisoned power. He thought of the council's teachings, of the order they had maintained for centuries. But he also remembered older days, when magic ran wild and free, when dragons soared through unpolluted skies, and the very rocks sang with power. In the end, it wasn't a choice between good and evil, but between different kinds of wisdom. Gandalf raised his staff, joining his power with that of the Shadow Lords. The crown of seasons shattered in a cascade of light and shadow, and wild magic rushed back into the world like a spring flood. The barriers between realms began to blur, not in chaos, but in harmony. The perpetual twilight of Shadowmere softened, allowing glimpses of true starlight to pierce its violet skies. In the realm of men, forgotten springs began to flow again, and ancient forests stirred with renewed life. As Gandalf prepared to return to the White Tower, to face the consequences of his choice, Morleth approached him one last time. "You understand now, don't you? Why we remained in shadow all these years?" Gandalf nodded, watching as a flower bloomed in the courtyard, its petals both dark as night and bright as dawn. Sometimes the truest light can only be seen after walking through darkness. The story of how Gandalf betrayed his order to save magic itself became a whispered legend in both realms. Some say he was banished from the White Tower, others that he became a bridge between the worlds of light and shadow. But in the wild places, where the old magic runs strong, they tell a different tale of how an old wizard learned that true wisdom lies not in controlling nature's power, but in letting it flow free, in all its beautiful, terrible glory. And in the twilight realms of Shadowmere, they still speak of the day when Gandalf the Grey walked their halls not as conqueror or thief, but as one who finally understood that sometimes the greatest magic lies in letting go of the very power we sought to control.